everyone. Well, happy Holiday Hell-A-Thon, actually. Hello, my friends. I am here today with some Holiday Hell sprints. You don't have to be participating in Holiday Hell sprints, but if you are, yay! Let's see if I could get some confetti there. I wish I could have some confetti, I don't know, nothing's working. Nothing's working. Oh well, I can't do it. I'm so sorry. I was going to try to do balloons or confetti, but it didn't work. I don't know why. But anyway, welcome to Holiday Hell Sprints. I am here today to spread cheer for all to hear. And we'll spend some time together. And that's Luna in the background, starting her cacophony already. Both of my dogs have decided that when it's time for us to get on sprints, they want to cause cacophony. Anyway, hello for anyone who is new to my channel. I'm Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. And if you are watching on replay, welcome to all the chaos of this morning. Well, actually, it's not morning, it's afternoon. So yeah, how is everybody doing today? I have tasks to do. I have some reading to do. I've been reading a man called Uva. I've actually been listening to a bit today and have made it to 47%. I'd like to make it to 50% and I'd be satisfied for the day. I'm also reading The Air Affair and really enjoying this one. Did not know anything about this author, did not know anything about this series. Apparently, this is the first book in the Thursday Next series. So if anybody else has read this, let me know what you thought about it. I'm on chapter 5 and I need to be to chapter 9 today. So that's my goal for that. I'm also trying to read stories out of my 100 hair-raising little horror stories book. I didn't get to all of them during my 100 days of Halloween Happy. And I'm also have a section to read today in Gnomes. The section I'm going to read about today is actually home industry. That is what it's all about. So I'll be learning about different things that the gnomes do, for the home. I am having a lot of fun with this little book. It is so adorable, so just precious, and I'm loving it. I'm loving all my books, actually. So what are y'all up to? Let me see. Amber, woot woot. Hope everyone is doing well. I just made lunch and ready to get some reading done. Excellent, excellent. And hello, Jen. Happy Hell-A-Thon to all, and to all a good fright. I love that. And hello, Travis. Wait, what did I miss? I had no idea you were doing this. Yes, I decided to do this. I was a little late putting my advertisement out only because I had a rock or some flying object break a window in my car on Saturday afternoon, and the Safe Light tech came to my house to fix it today. So I originally wanted to schedule these for this time. And then, of course, they give you a window of when the tech is going to come to fix your window. And I wasn't exactly sure when he was going to come. Well, he did. He had one appointment before me. And I think he arrived about 9:10ish this morning. And so I was like, okay, I can have my sprints at the time that I originally wanted to do. Yes. So I do for Kelsi's readathons events. I like to try to do sprints to support her events as well as celebrate. And I think it's a lot of fun. I have put Kelsi's announcement video for Holiday Hell-A-Thon, as well as her channel, her Discord. Please, please check it out if you want to have some fun, because all of her events are very, very fun. And they have a good time over in the Discord. So yeah, Travis, I am here. You're going to get me 2 days in a row. How about that? And Jane is here. My plans are to finish up the Alice Network and start Isola, is that how you pronounce it? By Allegra Goodman. Very nice. I was so concerned today was Wednesday. No, we will have our normal What's Up Wednesday sprints tomorrow at 3:30 Central Time as planned. I just am sneaking these in for a little fun. You know me, all about having a little fun. And Amber says, I think it's 2 thumbs up for confetti. I never remember them. Oh, that was a bubble. I thought it was 2 peace signs. Oh, now it's going to do it. Thanks. After the fact. Well, anyway, there's your delayed confetti. What can I say? Hey, Jamie. How you doing, Jamie? I'm at work reading Near the Bone. Ooh, I want to read that one. Have some friends over tonight for burgers and playing magic, so I won't be here the whole time, sadly. That's okay. I started a little bit earlier today only because my husband was out of town yesterday and today, and he might be getting home about the time I get off. So we'll just be hanging out a little bit for today. I wanted to start a little bit earlier also, too, for our friends that live across the pond, because sometimes it's so late for them. So hopefully we'll have some of our friends join. And hello, Molly. How are you? Esther Jane. I am still reading The Christmas Pony by Melody Carson. Very nice. Sounds like a nice book. And is this Rana Lee? I just started Hemlock and Silver. I'm really liking it so far. Is Hemlock and Silver a T. Kingfisher book? Tell me. Hello, Mike. How are you? What's up with you, my friend? Angela. Afternoon, Kat. Nice to see these sprints pop up. I'll be reading 12 Ways to Kill Your Family at Christmas. Oh my gosh, what a title, by Natasha Bosch. Just finished A Christmas Story by Jean Shepherd. So funny. Is this a Christmas story that they made the movie from? Is it, or was it a novelization that was made after the movie was made? I want to say it was before, right? And then I'm thinking, I can't remember if I knew that it was based on a book. I didn't think so. But 12 Ways to Kill Your Family at Christmas. What kind of book is that? Is it humorous or is it a thriller? And hello, Anne. Now you try to confuse me as to the day of the week. Nope, these are special little sprints for Kelsi's event. Yes. No, if it would have been for my normal sprints, I would have kept the what's up, but it would have been Tuesday. And hello, Travis. Again, I'm waiting for my friend to go up to the vending machines with me. We are beating on the wall that separates us, trying to hurry her up. Oh my gosh. And I'm playing some Pokemon Legends ZA. It's so cold up here in Connecticut, so I can't work. Ha. Yeah, I was kind of worried about that initially because our temps went down a lot between yesterday and today. And then I was thinking, well, obviously, if they're coming, they know that what kind of temperature they can put a window in. And it all worked out. It obviously had nothing to do with it. I was just worried that maybe perhaps because they had to take my door apart and, install it or whatever. But yeah, I imagine it's probably is very cold. And that does hinder the construction. Hello, Alicia. I'm just joining, but I need to go get the kiddos. So I will say hello and I'll be back. I'm reading A Heart for Christmas by Sophie Jomain. Excellent. And Jen says I'm working on slides for my classes this week and reading The Scary Book of Christmas Lore by Tim Rayborn. Excellent. I like that book. I had my eye on that book and I'm almost wondering, did I buy that book? I think I might have and forgot. I have not been reading really any Christmas books. What is wrong with me this December? I think it's because I'm trying to finish books that I started this year. I think that is the case. For anyone that does not know, Jen at Literary Love 123 has a book club, and she released a video today with her 6 selections for the book club. And it is a very lovely lineup. I'm going to tell you, a lovely literary lineup. I am excited for this year. She's got some good choices in there. And Amber said, "Oh no, I've had that happen with my car once and it was awful. Glad they could get it fixed quick." Me too. It was the weirdest thing. I've had rocks hit my windshield and of course then they crack but not anything. And apparently they're not supposed to explode on you, which I learned that also. But yeah, it was weird. We were coming back from the Friends of the Library store, my hubby and I was on the phone with Andrew, so I didn't see the rock coming. I'm just, chatting away with Andrew. And all of a sudden, he says something. I don't even know what Barry said. And I turn and my glass is like just shattered, but like in place still, if that makes any sense. And then all of a sudden it starts falling and then it's like, okay, that's nice. And I'm like, what the heck? So I called the insurance company while we were still in the car. And by the time we got home, I already had my Safe Light appointments scheduled and everything. I was so glad that they were able to come today. My oldest son and I had dental appointments yesterday to get our teeth cleaned. So I was like, you need to drive. So he drove and that was all good. So yeah, I'm glad that it worked out. I cannot believe it happened, but apparently it is something that happens often. Kelsi told me a story about she and her mom. They passed somebody that was weed eating and a rock flung up and hit, her uh, window. This is when she was younger. And then Monday, a rock or something hit one of the other drivers where my husband works. He was on his way to Texas and he was by the I-10 I-12 split and it hit his passenger window, like the front window in the cab, and shattered it. So the truck driver had to turn around, go back to the plant, and pick up another truck. I'm like, at first, my husband just sent me the picture, and I'm like, please tell me that was not your truck because that would be 2 times within days that you had that happen. But it was another worker. Mike ZA is blah. I played it for 3 days, then hadn't picked it back up in a month. I think I'm going to replay Sword and Shield soon instead. I adore ZA. Ha. Hello, Michelle. And she is saying, hi, friends. What a nice surprise. I'm working and hoping to get a little reading in. Excellent. What are you reading, Michelle? Let me know. Jamie says, I'm working, but it'll be nice to have the company. Yay. I'm glad I can keep you company. Amber says, there it is. Delayed confetti is still good confetti. I know. All the things are going to come out now. I guess I was just having too much going on. Maybe the gong at the beginning messed it up. I don't know. Who knows? Technology. They need emotion for Christmas. They do. They also need some kind of like a song or something for Christmas. I was looking at the different songs, thinking I could play some songs, or they need like even some sound effects, like a ho, ho, ho. Actually, I could create a sound. Maybe I should see if I could do that. Jamie said, I finished The Soul of an Octopus by Cy Montgomery this morning. Very good, but glad I had tissues nearby. I have been recommended that book, and I am curious about it. So now that you're saying that you enjoyed it, I'd have to really check it out. And to Mike, not shocking from someone who loves Casablanca. Is it supposed to be loves or doesn't love? Angela says I can go for 2 days, 3, 4, 5 of sprints in a row with you easily. Oh, thank you very much. Let's see if I can make some hearts for you. Yes, that's to you, Angela. Thank you. I appreciate that. And you are on an island with your Casablanca hatred, Travis. That is true, Travis. Casablanca is a pretty popular movie. And then, hello, Gabriella. Just finished watching Eyes Wide Shut. Now I'm going to read some Christmas romance. Nice. I have not seen Eyes Wide Shut for a long, 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 long time. And Molly says, I am going to read today's chapter of A Heart for Christmas. I did a horrible job opening it. Ripped pages, sad face. That is sad. I'm sorry to hear that. Angela sounds like a self-help book. Same, Angela. I always get so much done during cat sprints. That makes me feel good. Thank y'all. Happiness booze. And then Travis is saying to Mike, I just don't believe that. Them's fighting words. And Amber says to Mike, I might be on that island too. I don't care for that movie. The data does not lie, Sir Travis. See? And Mike says to Amber, hey, at least you and Travis won't be bored. That's true. I mean, he might drive you crazy though, Amber, if you're on that same island. True. And hello again, Anne. It's cold and overcast in Delaware. We have sunshine today, thank goodness. Thank goodness. It has been so gloomy since I think last Thursday. Last Thursday, we had horrible rain, and then a little bit on Friday, a little bit on Saturday, and then it was just gloomy. But not today. And to Mike and the millions of other people with taste. Yes, the book led to the movie. Haven't seen that. 12 Ways is a mystery thriller. I'm only 6 pages in, so not sure if it's humorous. Gotcha. The movie is cute. It really is cute. There's so many cute scenes in it. I like the movie. We don't watch it every year. We kind of rotate when we do it. But yeah, it's up there. It's in the 20s up here, but the real feel is the teens, I believe. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Our days have been feel cooler than the actual temp, and it's because we have had some wind. And sorry, I haven't been the same since the last episode of Welcome to Derry. I legit randomly cry throughout the day. It affected me so hard. Oh no, that's awful. I haven't seen it yet. I will tell you, Travis, you'd be proud of me. HBO Max had a Black Friday sale. So I went ahead and subscribed to Max for the year at a low rate. How about that? So I'll be watching that at some point. My hubby and I just caught up on watching the first 4 episodes of Stranger Things. Jamie and I talked about this. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Even Jen at Literary Love was saying it is so good. I am trying to savor every episode because I know this is going to be the last season, and I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous about any of our people, like our characters who we love so well, not making it. I'll be devastated. Amber has taste, Travis. It's just you that doesn't. Gosh. And thank you for sharing, Kat. You and Alex have a great lineup for your 2026 book club, too. Thank you. I'm pretty excited about the books we chose this year. Not that I'm not ever excited about the books that we choose, but I think this upcoming year, there are books on the list that I've had my eyeballs on for quite some time. And then I am super excited about the horror book that we're going to be reading for January, February. I cannot wait. I happened to get that in an email from I think it's a librarian I follow, and they were talking about it in it. I didn't even realize it hadn't been published yet. And so very excited to see it. I ended up getting it from Books of the Month Club for $5. So I did join Books of the Month. There's my thumbs up. And we'll see how that goes. But I wanted it for $5. I also got a hat that says Unreliable Narrator, which I thought was amazing considering I love Edgar Allan Poe, and sometimes he likes to have an unreliable narrator. But yeah, but I do have a very sneaky suspicion. I told Alex this, that my Owl Crate horror book for this quarter might possibly be the same book. I kind of hope it's not, because this will be the second time that I've received a book from Owl Crate since I've started this horror journey with them that I've gotten a duplicate. Jasmine's here. I've got my first JV girls basketball game today. First home game coaching this year. Woo! Very nice. Kind of nervous. You're going to do great, Jasmine. You are going to do great. No doubt. And thanks to Amber. And Mike, you wouldn't know because unlike myself, you barely watch any of the movie recs I gave you to watch in 2025. And he's doing lots of eye rolling. Oh, Mike. What you going to say to that? Kat, I know that was so scary. I'm so glad you and Barry are not hurt. I know. Me too. Could have been worse. And you have watched more movies than me this year, period, Travis. It's definitely an off year for me. When I was younger, we were in our van and a rock hit the back window and shattered it while we were driving. It was scary. Yeah, we were driving too. It was terrible. I mean, I didn't experience it quite like my husband did, but yeah, it's just the whole fact that then you're still on the interstate and you've got a window open and it's just not pleasant at all. I hope it never happens to any of us ever, ever again. And I'm glad you were safe, Travis. And yes, Hemlock and Silver is a T. Kingfisher book, the newest one, I think. I've only read What Moves the Dead by T. Kingfisher, but guess what's coming in the mail today? Owl Crate did a special on the books in her Sworn Soldier series, which What Moves the Dead is the first one. So yeah, I kind of ordered that, the first three. But I do like the covers of the ones that are in the store too. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. And Angela said, I used Safe Light 3 years ago. Never heard or saw a thing. It was the size of a marble. I'll never know what happened. Yeah, this is the second time I've used Safe Light. And what I like about it is they come to your house. I think that is amazing. My windshield had a crack in it that I had to get fixed in order to get my brake tag. I don't know if y'all have brake tags where you live, but we have to go get a brake tag. It's now once every 2 years. It used to be every year. And if you go to get the brake tag and the person inspecting your car thinks that you can't see, like if it's in your line of vision, they will fail you for your brake tag. So this one was to the point that I could still see while I was driving, but I didn't want that to happen because that did happen to me one time. I was like, I can see, and the guy's like, sorry, it's in your line of vision. I was so mad because I was not ready to get a windshield. It's a money racket. Michelle said, I'm reading Angels at the Gate by Sherry Joseph. It's a local author and about a frat guy's death at an isolated university. Ooh, that sounds really good. And Amber said, was driving once and saw a tire fly off a truck. It bounced in front of my car and hit a car in oncoming traffic and completely crushed your windshield. It was terrifying, but it could have been my car. It could have been. Yeah, it's, people don't think about how dangerous it can be to drive sometimes when it's not even just like always getting in an actual wreck with another vehicle. It could be anything that happens. My husband had a friend that a wrench flew off of some truck and embedded into his windshield. That was terrible. And then I've actually had somebody in front of me before that had a bag of cans, aluminum cans, and it busted open and the cans were flying out the car. Now, it wasn't on the interstate, thank goodness. And I was able to kind of dodge or whatever, but I felt like I was a precision driver in a, Fast and Furious movie. Because I was going fast and furious to get away from those cans. But yeah, there's so many things that can happen. You could hit a bird. I've actually had that happen. We hit a bird that flew right into our windshield, and it wasn't a small bird. It was like this big white crane-like bird. I felt terrible. I felt terrible for the bird, but it just startled us, scared us because we weren't expecting it. Michelle said, I'm also listening to The Christmas Wager by Holly Cassidy. I don't normally read much holiday books, but it's cute so far. I'm assuming it's a romance. And Anne said there were young people a couple of days ago that were throwing rocks off of the Interstate 95 overhead, hitting cars. That is awful. Did they catch them? And they should be in some serious trouble because they could cause like major accident and deaths doing that. Jamie said it's a short book, about 250 pages. If you can get the audiobook, I recommend immersive reading because it's read by the author and the book has photos. Oh, gotcha. I would never drive anyone crazy. I am a treasure. Yes, you are a treasure chest full of treasure. My husband doesn't approve of this message. I think you're a treasure. You're my silly butt cheek. And Anne says, it has not even reached 32 the past 2 days. Oh, I would die. Oh, great. Yes. Watch Welcome to Derry. It's amazing. I know. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. And Amber said, we just saw the last of our first snow melt away. So still chilly, but warming up. I'm sure you want the warmth. And Mike said, I'm still in season 2 of Stranger Things. That's okay. Take your time. Enjoy it. Savor it. Blake! Woohoo! Blake, how are you? I'm driving home from work and will hopefully hop on when I get home. Excellent. I was just waving to you, Blake, before I realized that you were driving home from work. So I'm sure you couldn't see that. Just know I was waving to you. Y'all, check out Blake too, because Blake has finally started her YouTube channel, and she has released 3 videos, and very excited for her. She works in a bookshop too, an indie bookshop. Jamie says it's currently 75 here, not very Christmassy. Yeah, I get that. But 75 is still nice. At least you could go outside and walk. I've been having to walk on my treadmill, and y'all, I got to psych myself up for that. So the last 2 days, I've done okay, but one yesterday I was able to watch and listen, well, not really watch, but listen to Stormy sprint. So that got me through yesterday's. And then today I worked out and then did my walk and just put in my playlist. And it's all this like motivational, like really pump you up kind of music. So that got me through today. But I mean, I'm grateful for my treadmill, but I would much rather go outside and walk. But it was just too cold. I'm too much of a ninny. Angela said A Christmas Story takes place in northern Indiana. Bingo. The characterization is fantastic. I'll have to read it. I'm just going to have to read it because, like I said, I like the movie. The movie's fun. And Welcome to Derry is better than it has any right to be. It's legit fantastic. There really has only been one episode I haven't been crazy about. That sounds great. I'm excited about it. And I was so excited to see that you were watching that movie with Anthony Mackie and Joseph Levitt Gordon and Seth Rogen. Is that how you pronounce his name, or is it Rogen? Rogen, right? That movie I thought was hilarious. They go on quite an adventure. And Jen said, I'm obsessed with both Stranger Things and Welcome to Derry. These shows are really hitting the ball out of the park. I love that too. And my copy of your January, February book club selection arrived yesterday. It's stunning. And the synopsis has me ready to jump in now. I know it's going to be, I just think it's going to be great. I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot to talk about. And it's got so many elements that I enjoy. Like I like different POVs. I love that it takes place in different timelines. And you've got 3 strong female characters and women who are not going to put up with crap. That's what I like. Gabrielle says, hey, Gabrielle, we have a Gabriella and a Gabrielle today. I've read What Feasts at Night and What Moves the Dead. I can't wait for book 3. I need to order it. Yeah, the covers in the stores are really pretty, in my opinion. But when I saw that Owl Crate was offering it, I decided to get it because the covers look pretty on that too. And of course, it's got the sprayed edges and all that. If I get the box before the end of sprints, I'll share them with y'all. But if not, I'm thinking about trying to do a book haul before the end of this month because I do have plenty of books that I have gotten in the last couple of months that y'all might want to see what I got. Some fun stuff. And they caught those kids good. I hope they get in a lot of trouble. Kids throwing rocks at cars reminds me of that one scene in the movie, The Good Son. Yes. Yes. I remember that movie. That was Macaulay Culkin. And wasn't it Elijah Wood? And Macaulay was the one that was he was the bad one. I remember that. He was very evil looking in that one. But yeah, I do remember that. That was terrible. And so sad there's only one episode of Welcome to Derry left. Are they going to have another season, or is this just like a mini series? And I am and will always be a summer lover, so winter is not for me. I need it in the 80s at least. Well, Amber, I'm not a big summer person either. 80s wouldn't be bad, but I like fall and spring, the little bit that we have. Alex! I'm working, so just stopping by to say hi and hope you have great sprints. Well, hello, my friend. I hope everything's going good at work for you. And hopefully I will talk to you soon. And Blake says, I'm waving back at the stoplight. Yay for listening to sprints on the treadmill. Yes. Yes. The chatty bit's very helpful. And Mike says, the night before, did not expect to relate as much to it. Okay. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character and I have a lot of parallels. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I just thought it was fun. I happened to pick it randomly one year for holiday, my holiday marathon, and really enjoyed it. I just thought it was a lot of fun. And Angela said, my first roomie and I drove off with a laundry basket of clean folded clothes from the laundromat. Don't think it hurt anyone. We got home before we found all the clothes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It would have been awful. Oh, and I guess you had to rewash them then if they were flying all over the road. I miserably failed at my reading challenge on Goodreads this year. I have not read much. It's okay, Mike. Sometimes you have years like that. You got to give yourself some grace. Give yourself some grace and accept my love. Look at that, hearts. Well, there it is. And just try again next year. Yes, Elijah was the good kid. That's right. Yes, I remember. Macaulay was the one that was so evil looking. Welcome to Derry is slated for 3 seasons. Yay. Very good. And they greenlit 2 more seasons of Welcome to Derry. Also, I've seen reactions to the finale, and everyone is losing their minds. Uh-oh. I hate to think what my father would have done to us if we had been caught throwing rocks at cars. Oh my gosh, we would have been grounded forever. Forever. And I think each season is a different cycle of Pennywise, though I don't believe the characters from this season are returning unless they have younger versions like the General. Halco, woot woot. Halco's telling everyone hello off work, but unfortunately I'll be cleaning the rest of the day. Woohoo. But at least you're home. And Angela said, yes, back to the laundromat we went. It was an experience for sure. Funny later. Yes, but sometimes those memories, some of those experiences make the best memories, especially like if you and your friend were talking about, remember the time we went to the laundromat and blah, blah, blah. And then you laugh about it. It's just a lot of fun. Okay, my friends, we got to the end of the comments. So that means we can go on a sprint. Would y'all like 45 minutes or 30 minutes? Let me know in the chat what y'all would prefer. It does not matter to me, whatever you want to do. And later on tonight, I'm seeing the new Knives Out movie with friends. It's been one of our things since the first one released. This is the one with Daniel Craig, right? Where they go to the island. Is that the one? Because if so, I really enjoyed that. If not, then I'm not thinking of the right movie. I'm thinking of a different one. 45. Very nice. Yes, told the story to friends who roared with laughter. Yes, that could be definitely one that could be retold over and over, and you still laugh because it's so funny. It brings back that moment when you probably first discovered it, the horror of discovering it, and then having to go back and hoping that you find everything. And Angela, depending on what you had in that laundry basket, could you imagine if it did land on somebody's windshield for a little bit? They'd be like, oh my, I have somebody's brassiere. And yeah, I think the island one is the second one. I avoided all the trailers of this one. Haha. Yes. Well, I think I saw that one then. And it's very good. And of course, twisty turny, just like, the first one. And I still need to see the new Knives Out. I'm so excited for it. And my undies. Could you imagine? Or could you imagine if they were flying everywhere and like got stuck on like the rear view mirror? The person didn't realize at first and they get home. Oh, thank goodness you found everything. Wasn't even there. It makes me laugh. And to Amber, somehow this one is in theaters near me. Ooh, hoping it wasn't underwear. No, apparently it was. And I don't want to support Netflix right now, but I do want to support theaters. Yes. Yes, I think that's nice. And Travis says, I have only watched the first Knives Out, which I enjoyed. Me too. And that would have been hilarious. I know. I mean, can you imagine? Oh, I think that, I mean, I'm envisioning it right now. It's kind of cracking me up. Okay, let us go to our sprints. Let us get some reading or whatever done. I have to go feed my doggies. They are going to want to be fed. It is time for them. Yes, 2:06, about 2:30 is when I normally do, but I don't want them bothering us when we do our sprints, when we come back. So lucky it's so hard to find. I'm hoping a theater will show it soon around my town. And then to Travis, of the two I've seen, I think the first Knives Out is the best, but both are great. And hello, Livia. How are you, my friend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tell us what you're going to be getting up to in the chat. We're going to our first sprint. Livia's telling everyone hello. So see y'all in 44 minutes and 23 and counting down. Welcome back. Woot woot. How did everybody do that sprint? I took my dogs out and played with them for a few minutes. I accidentally threw Luna's toy and it got stuck in the tree. Thankfully, she has a million other toys, and then I fed them. So they're doing fine. Bailey's sleeping in here and she's snoring. So I'm not sure if it will pick up and y'all can hear her. But did that. Also listened, I got to 52% in A Man Called Uva. So made some progress while I was getting their stuff ready and outside and stuff like that. And then I read from my section in the Gnomes book. And I learned about their different activities that they do that they consider home industry, like making candles and oil lamps, ceramics, glass blowing, metalwork, carpentry, cloth making, and that's where I stopped. So, yeah, very, very cute. And also, gnomes have special little pole climbing shoes. I don't know if you can see that at the bottom. Oh, they're so cute. How wonderful if, you come across one. I'd be in heaven. So Olivia came in and she was telling us that she's listening to Emily Wilde, Encyclopedia of Fairies, which is a book on my massive TBR that I need to read. And Anne was telling Olivia hello. And then Mike said to Amber, I'm surprised, to be honest. Netflix usually half-asses their theatrical runs, and they don't usually play near me, but it's only 20 minutes away. So Olivia said hi to Anne. And Anne said, I'm reading Tracker by Alexis Wright. She's an Australian author. Wonderful. Andy popped in. Greetings. Popping by to tap that good-looking like button. Jane said, made lunch during that last sprint. Would you have for lunch? And Andy said, I'm hopping off now, but have a great stream. Oh, you're long gone, Andy. Bye-bye. I'm glad you popped in. Courtney says, hey, how are you? How are you, Courtney? What you up to? And Tanya, woohoo. Hey, lovely people. Hope you're well, Kat and Peeps. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I tried to make sprints a little bit earlier for y'all across the pond so you could come by and spend some time. And Amber said, have about 30 minutes left in my audiobook, so almost done. Wonderful. And haha, you just left the toy in the tree. Well, it's high. Like I can't get it. I would have to like get a ladder or get something. And I don't know if y'all can see. I did take a picture because I showed my husband and he tells me, get a ladder. I'm like, I'm not getting a ladder. She has plenty of toys. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if y'all can tell, like, that's the tree is like that. I'd have to, I guess, back up and show y'all how tall the tree is. But there is the toy. I mean, it's like had to have gotten stuck on a branch. And I'm obviously not the best person to throw the toy because I was trying to throw it out and it flung up and got in the tree. And poor Luna was looking all around like, where's my toy? Where's my toy? But she has lots of other toys. So my husband will get it down whenever he gets home. Alicia said, I got the kiddos from school and just got back, cleaned up the kitchen a bit. Excellent. Did they have a good day at school, Alicia? And hello, Coffee Create and Connect. Hello to everyone. And how's your day been? My day has been pretty good. I cannot complain at all. Lots to be grateful for today. How's your day going? Hello, Cameron. So nice and surprising to see sprints today. It's been a very hard day, and I'm ready to hang once I get home from work. Ooh, I hate hearing you're having a very hard day. Hopefully, it will improve, and then even more once you get home. And hey to Cameron. And hey, Cam, I hope you are finally able to relax. That's from Mike. And I finished my book, 4.25 stars. Excellent. Excellent. Are you going to continue with the series, Livia? Mike said, I played more Pokemon while listening to Star Wars. Revan. It's a good combination. And Courtney is diamond painting. Excellent. Fun, fun. And Amber said, unless it was my dog's favorite toy, that toy is staying in the tree. Yeah, I mean, she's got a bunch. And this is not like one of her favorite toys. It just happens to be the one that she picked up that was closest to the door to go outside. And Tanya said, I'm good, thank you. Trying to avoid the germs going around. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. I would have been on earlier, but had to lie down as my chronic pain is a bit rubbish today, but I'm here now. Well, I hope that you get some relief, and I'm glad that you're here and can spend some time with us. And Alicia said they both had a good day at school. They're always counting down the days until winter break. I don't blame them. I mean, do you, Alicia? I mean, it's everybody is in the holiday mood. I know, like, the teachers are counting down too. I'll be honest. Next book will be Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil by V.E. Schwab. That book is quite popular. I know quite a few people reading that. I struggled to get into Emily Wilde a little, but still enjoyed it. So we'll continue with the series next year. To Livia. And I'm not ready for winter break. I know you're not. You're not, because you didn't have a good enough amount of time between Thanksgiving break and Christmas. And Olivia said, I'll continue with Emily Wilde series, but not this month. I have other books in my TBR. That's fair. I don't always jump in. If I'm doing a series, I don't always jump into the next one, right away. It depends. Even with the Beaumont Brady group, we tend to have time pass. Like, we might get into one once a month, but it's not like back to back. Although I take that back, because originally when Stormy and I started, we were agreed to do the first book, and then we read the second two back to back in the same month. Anne said a strong wind will probably bring it down. I think so. It's I can't even believe that it's actually hooked up there, honestly. And hello, Amanda. She's telling everybody, hey. So one of the good things that the mail came. So I got my Owl Crate with my Sworn Soldier books. So I'm going to show y'all the covers. And hi to Tanya. Yes, it's not the usual fantasy, but it's good. And I'm definitely ready for winter break. Yeah, I think most people are. Okay, Bailey's like right behind me, so I'm not going to be able to get up and show the difference. But yeah, so I think the covers are pretty, but they're different, if that makes sense. I didn't even open these yet, but I just got them, so that's why I was waiting. But I'll have to compare them. I mean, they're not very long books, as you can see. But that is What Moves the Dead. I mean, it's still a pretty cover, and the colors, and I guess they complement each other. And then you can see the sprayed edges, which are pretty. And it does have a ribbon. And then, oh, it does have a reverse jacket. So that's the cover on the outside. And then if you reverse it, that's what it looks like. I don't know if y'all can see that very well. I think the inside cover is beautiful. They did a really great job on it. And then this is, look how pretty. And they have in the back the foil. And that's the front. Ooh. And that's the back end papers. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very pretty. And usually they'll have, yes. So she has a letter to the reader. And then she signed it. So it's really nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Nicer than I thought it was going to be. I don't know. I guess I'm basing it if you put them next to each other, which I can't get to my bookshelf. Bailey Boo is right there. And if I roll back, I'm going to knock her in her head, and that would not be nice. She does not deserve to be knocked into her head. That would not be nice. Okay, so that is the only book I have read in the series, but I have been wanting to read the whole series. Okay, I can't get this off. Okay, so What Feasts at Night? There's the cover. In the back. And then also reverse. I think the reversed image is beautiful. Very pretty. And then again, gold foil stamped. Ooh, that's the light. And then it does have the sprayed edges. You can see like that. All, you know, around the whole way. Ooh, look at these end papers. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That looks like Krampus's wife. And this one does not have a letter, but it is signed by T. Kingfisher. So that is book number 2. Now I want to read these right away. Now these I would read. I've already read What Moves the Dead twice. I read it again. Crazy, huh? I mean, I do remember what happened. I don't want to cut my book. I guess I should have done that when I got it. Oh well. Okay, last. What Stalks the Deep? So that's the cover. In the back. Oh, and it does have the pretty sprayed edges. Okay, so this, ooh, more pretty artwork, reverse jacket. And that's the cover without the jacket in the back, number 3. That's the end papers in the beginning, well, the front papers. And then very pretty. And then this one is also signed by T. Kingfisher. Well, I'm very pleased with these. Very excited. But like I said, the covers are very different. But it makes me almost want to have both editions. I know, that sounds terrible. But yeah, so I'm happy with these. Very happy. Very, very happy. All Crate did good on that. Did very well. Okay, so let's see where I left off. Tanya said, I'm trying to do some Christmassy books this month. Mistletoe Bet is good. I want to read Good Spirits, Holiday Ever After, and Not Another Bloody Christmas. So I'm running out of time. Yeah, I don't have any Christmas books on my list. Not a one. I had a wintry book. And Uva is kind of like wintry, but not really Christmassy. I'm trying to finish books. That's pretty much. Yes, I have a box opening. Now, if I do my book haul before the end of the year, I'll probably show those again. I know they're very nice. I'm very excited. Love the sprayed edges and naked book cover. I love T. Kingfisher. I've only read one book, Olivia. I need to read more by her. The book was good but creepy. I agree. It does have nice art style. Yes, I'm assuming it's the same artist. Dust Jacket art is by Marcella Bolivar. Dust Jacket design is by Cade Roach. Stenciled edges by Marcella Bolivar. Reversible dust jacket art by Adam Burke. hardcover case design by Katrina Barquist, and end paper art by Raven Arbuckle. And that's a lot of people involved in that. And they did all three, which makes sense. So can you imagine having a commission like that where you get to do that art, for something so pretty? Yes, so pretty. And Bailey needs a step so she can get the camera to be part of Sprints. She's actually sleeping right now, but I'm going to show y'all a picture. Before I even got on Sprints, she was under my desk, and she always has to be touching you or like near you in some aspect. But this was Bailey. I'm like trying to get ready to go on Sprints. She's under the desk looking at me. She's a mess. She's a mess, a mess, a mess. But yeah, she's laying down. Imagine her just pop into frame. I know. And they're really nice. Don't show Kelsi, else she won't be wanting them. Kelsi did read What Moves the Dead because we did read that together. We read that for a book club when we did our Thrills, Chills, and Kills book club. And the house all the way to the right on the dust jacket looks like the burrow, the Weasley's house from Harry Potter. And I read the first one, but now want to read the others as they look really interesting and creepy. Well, I've been wanting to read them, and I was supposed to read What Feasts the Night during Folklore February. That's why I reread What Moves the Dead. I read that one again because it's a Poe retelling. So I read that in January for Nevermore. And then I was going to read What Feast at Night for Folklore February, and I didn't get to it. So I was bummed out. And Alicia says, I have 2 Christmas books. Are you going to get to them? Are you trying to read them? And then Eva's here. Hello, Eva. Welcome, welcome. What are you up to during Sprints or this day for today? What are you up to? And Courtney said, I read What Moves the Dead and then got the 3rd one from NetGalley last month. It was good. Very nice. Yes, you don't have to necessarily read them in order. There is probably an ongoing story, for our main character. But Alex, but they take place in different places. It's not continuing the retelling of, Poe, but there are some characters that do reappear from what I understand. But I just really like the main character, Alex. And so that's why I was excited about reading the rest of the series. You might have more luck than me with Alicia. And I meant to type, I have 2 Christmas books on my December TBR and reading one now and then need to read the other. Yeah, I do have a picture book that I got at the Scholastic Book Fair that is about winter. So I might read that one on the first day of winter, which is on the 21st of the month. So I may add that in. I mean, it's a picture book. It's, wouldn't take very long to read, but that is my plan. So what would y'all like to do? Would y'all like to do a 30-minute or a 45? Let me know what you would like to do for your next sprint. And I will get that set up. Alicia says 45. Very nice. Okay, so get that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Amber said 45. Eva said, I just sat down, not sure what I'm up to, either reading, scrolling, or Canva. Fate will decide. And every book on my TBR is 400 plus pages. Good grief. And 45 for Courtney. Okay, so let's get started. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello, welcome back. I was doing a little research here um, on one of the stories that I'm reading because I came across a word that didn't make sense to me, um, how it was being used. So I'm like, I have to look this up and figure this out. So the story I'm reading is from the 100 Hair Raising, and it's a ghost story. It's called The China Bowl by E.F. Benson. So never heard of E.F. Benson. This is my first story by him. But basically, the narrator buys a home, and he's having a friend come over to spend the night, and his ruling passion, his friend, is like the ruling passion of whose life is crime and ghost, and he was coming to stay. So he wanted him to stay in a room that he had never slept in because he had just moved into this house, and he wanted to test the bed out and everything. So he goes down there and he sees a ghost. So his friend comes over the next day, and he's telling him, "Of course, I'm going to sleep in the room because I want to see this, but you should sleep in the room also. Like, bring another bed in. We'll have two witnesses at the same time." And then he asks him, "Or do you funk?" He added as a kind of afterthought. "I funk, but I will," I said. "And are you sure it wasn't all part of your dream?" he asked. Absolutely positive." And Hugh's eye glowed with pleasure. "I funk too," he said. "I funk horribly, but that's part of the allurement." So I'm like, what the heck is, how are they using funk? Because when I think of, like, I think of music, funk music, I think of being in a funk, like being depressed or, down in the dumps. So I looked it up. E.F. Benson is an English writer. He lived from 1867 to 1940. And I'm gonna tell you, this is a very atmospheric story. It's very gothic. Um, but in British English, the word funk as a noun is a state of great fear or panic. And so it's being used as a verb here, but so as a noun, it's a state of great fear or panic, but as a verb, it means to avoid a task or thing out of fear. So it means I avoid. So instead, you would say, or do you avoid? Um, I funk, but I will. I avoid, but I will do it. Avoid that because it's scary. And he says, I avoid too. I avoid horribly, but that's part of the allurement. It's so difficult to get frightened nowadays. So anyway, I wish I was attending Alex's sprints on Friday because I would tell her about learning that there is a different word, a different meaning for funk, both in the noun and verb. And I discovered it by reading the story, which I need to finish the story. I'm not quite finished because my husband called in the middle of me reading the story and I couldn't finish. So, anyway, that was my discovery. That's what I did. I did finish also my little section that I wanted to finish in my gnomes book, which it was all about the clothing and different materials that the gnomes make clothing out of. So I thought that was fascinating too. So Tanya was telling Livia, if you like cozy books, Baby Dragon Cafe is really good. And then Tanya said that oof to Alicia about the 400 plus pages in her books. Livia said, I had 2 Christmas books and a novella in my December TBR. I already read one and the novella, so I have only one to read plus my yearly reread of A Christmas Carol, which that is a wonderful story. I love A Christmas Carol. I usually watch A Christmas Carol every year, but I do reread the story or I listen to it on audio. And Livia said, I read that, Tanya. I have the second one in that series that I have yet to read. And Shannon said, oh, wow, didn't know you were going live today. I would have been here sooner. Yeah, and I didn't mention it when I was on sprints with you. I kind of forgot. And it's just special. I was telling her I just popped up special. And at the time, Shannon was getting ready for the recording of a podcast episode to talk about the art of war for writers. She was talking about that in her sprints today. So hopefully she'll have a good podcast session. And then Teresa popped in. Hello, it feels weird to see you here on a Tuesday. I know. I'll be leaving soon to get a retinal scan, so not sure I can read today. Eye trouble. I hate hearing that. And you've really got to take care of your eyes so much. So like I mentioned, I hope that you have a good visit, and I'm sending you some good vibes your way, because I know how that can be. Your eyes, we got to take care of our eyes. They are such a wonderful part of us. I can't imagine anything happening to them. So then Emma popped in. Hello, Emma. Not sure if she is still here. And she's reminding everybody, don't forget to boop the like button, everyone. Yes. Thank you very much for anyone who boops the like button. I appreciate that. And Carmen is here. Hi, Kat. Hi, everyone. Doing some dog grooming during sprint time. Mr. Doodle is looking pretty sad physically and emotionally. Oh, no, Mr. Doodle. You should post a picture of him after he's groomed so we can see him more cheery. You should have done a before and after picture. Hello, Christine. Hi, everyone. I can't stay because I'm installing some flooring, but wanted to drop by to say hi and happy sprinting. Thank you, Christine. I hope you're doing okay and feeling well. And Jane read 19 pages, got to page 428 of the Alice Network. Very nice. And Courtney said, going for a quick walk, be back. Yes, get those steps in. Very important. Yo, Alicia. Woot, woot. How are you, my friend? And Amber finished her book. Woohoo! Let's see if we can do some balloons or some confetti. Let's see. Yay! Oh, look, the balloons were trying to come at the same time. I didn't do it long enough. Maybe I'm not back enough. I don't know. Is it one? Is it two? I can't give you the balloons. I gave you confetti. But very good. Gold star. Olivia said, I listened to the first 3 chapters while updating my everyday journal. Nice. And hello, Nicole. No one showed up for the game group, so I'm home early. I'll be working on an ugly Christmas sweater puzzle and listen to Juniper's Christmas. Well, I'm so glad that you came. I'm not glad that nobody showed up for your game group, but I'm glad that you're coming to hang out for a little bit with us. Always good to see you, Nicole. And Alicia said, I got some packages from Amazon, Christmas stuff I ordered and worked on my binders. Fun. How are you feeling? Is the cough and everything going away? You need to be totally well for Christmas. Alicia said, I will start dinner soon. Not sure what we'll be eating yet. That was one of the things my husband was asking if I wanted canes. So when he gets off. And Alicia said to Tanya, no worries. I can read them quickly. Just got to get started. Yeah, that's the key. And hello, Chris. So good to see you on a Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Yep, I am celebrating holiday hell, even though I'm not really reading anything hellish. I'm actually probably the books that I'm reading this month would probably count more for Team Santa than Team Krampus. I don't even think the air affair can count for that. Probably the only thing that could count is Voices in the Snow. That might be able to count for Krampus. But otherwise, all my books are pretty tame. Yay for confetti. That's right. You deserve some confetti. And to Livia from Tanya, I'm going to read the second one soon, too. It's super cute. And Alicia said, I still have the mucus and cough, bit of my cold, but feeling better. A little tired. I wake up with the road work they're doing outside at nighttime. Ugh. I mean, it's nice that they do the road work at nighttime, but not if it's so close that you're going to hear it, right? So I was able to sneak around to get my other copy of Moves the Dead. I wanted to show y'all what y'all think. So this is the difference. And I think they're both beautiful in their own way. I really do. I really love how they did this cover as well. I think that's what intrigued me about this book to begin with. Now, they don't have a reversible jacket, but they do have foil stamping on the front that shows the house. And I'm assuming the books are like that the other ones too. And then, of course, they have the foil for the title. They don't have the sprayed edges, but look at the end papers. I do think the end papers are awesome. I mean, it's the same on both sides, but I do like it. So you see what I'm talking about? Like, it's almost like I feel compelled to get the other two in the series. Is that terrible? I don't know. Maybe I'll read the stories. If I love them as much. So I'm going to keep my copy. I'll just have to have 2 copies of it. But I don't know. Which cover do y'all like better? I mean, or do you like them the same like I do? I don't know. I don't know. So hard to decide, huh? So anyway, let's see. So Amber said Krampus is definitely winning so far for me. Yeah, like I said, the only thing I read was Voices in the Snow. I need to look at the prompts. I think I'm going to be Team Santa this year. Last year was more Team Krampus. I do have some Krampus books that I could read that are not super long, but I don't know. Because I do have to read an Agatha Christie book by the end of the month too, and All Is Calm, which is for Cozy Cottage Book Club. So yeah, I mean, the Agatha Christie might count more for Krampus than Santa. I don't know. I have the one with the rabbit cover. Yes. Yeah, that's the one that's the popular one, which is very nice. I really do like it. Jamie spent her lunch break at the post office mailing a package to my grandkids, 8 people in line and only 1 window open. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm trying very hard for all my peeps that want a book. I haven't forgotten about y'all. I'm just, other things have keep pushing it back. So thank goodness no Christmas books were in that pile for y'all. I need to go to the post office. The window thing kind of messed me up a little bit because, I mean, I ended up going to the post office to mail my Christmas cards. My son did drive me to the post office when we were heading back because our dentist is on the South Shore. And I asked him, is there any way you could bring me to the post office? Because otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten my cards out until tomorrow. Now, I do have other Christmas cards to send out, but at least for my exchange, I signed up for 2 Christmas card exchanges, one for the Corns and one for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. So I wanted to get those out first since I signed up for that, and then I'm going to do all the rest of my others. I still have plenty to do. But so tomorrow will be my first time going to the post office, and hopefully I can get some packages in, and I will let you know if I am successful with that. Hopefully they don't give me a hard time at the post office, because one time I went in there during my thing, and they one of the guys who I know, and I've known him for a long time that's worked there, he's like, well, you could get a scale. And I'm like, well, is the scale free? Because I don't want to pay for something if I can come to the post office and you can do it. I'm thinking, like, what else are you going to do except mail my packages? So I don't know. I don't know about that. But anyway, I'm not getting a postage scale because I do this once a year. So I can trickle it out and bring so many per day. It wasn't like I was bringing 100 packages or anything. Anyway. Sorry you went a bit laggy for me then. I keep both copies, but I love the new ones. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to keep them both. Yeah, I think they're so wonderful. And no rush, Cat. We just appreciate your kindness. Well, I appreciate that. I didn't want y'all to think I forgot about y'all. I had that book club video I had to film and edit, and that took me a couple of days. And then the holidays, and I, had commitments. So, it is what it is. I'm trying to get things like kind of where I can have a blank slate in January and start from scratch. That's my goal anyway. And Alicia said, I need to work on my Christmas cards and make the word search. So I feel you on that one. Yeah, because you were talking about that on Sunday, about doing it. And I think what it is too, and I don't know why, but I just kind of feel like December snuck up on me. November felt like it was only 15 days. Okay. And I think it's because I went out of town. So I feel like I didn't really have a whole full November. And then Thanksgiving week is kind of weird because, you got Thanksgiving right there on Thursday. Then we had Friendsgiving. It was just, and my dad came to visit. So I felt like I lost some days in there with that activity. So honestly, November felt like it was like really half of a month. It did not feel like a full month to me. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's December, and I wasn't ready for December. And the first week of December, I was working book fair. So Monday through Thursday, I was involved with that, which I love working the book fair. But I kind of feel like I lost a week of December. And I'm like, how is it already December 9th? Like, what happened to December 1st through the 8th? I don't know. I have no idea. So I don't know if anybody else is feeling like that. Alicia's saying yes. I feel like it is too early to be here in December. I know. And December is flying. I know today is the 9th. I'm like, what the heck, people? What the heck? So I don't know. It's just going by too quick. And this whole entire year just felt like it went by super quick. There are things on my 25 for 2025 list that I did not accomplish. And you know what I thought? In January, you think, I have a whole entire year. Why am I worried about rushing through to get this done? So I focused on other things from like January to June because, I'm busy. I got Nevermore. I help Lori with the Mardi Gras readathon. I participate in middle grade March and March Mystery Madness, just with reading, not doing anything special for that. And then April is Old School April, and then May is Zombie-thon. And then I have Folklore February and February. So I feel like from January to June, I'm pretty busy. And then June came and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get all this stuff done in June. But that didn't happen. So I don't know. Can I figure it out? It's like I almost feel like I'm in the twilight zone. So I know some of y'all feel the same way. Some of y'all might not feel this at all. And if you don't feel this way, I am so happy for you because I just feel like, oh my gosh, why is everything going so fast? Jamie said, I'll be working on my Christmas cards tonight after work. That sounds like a good plan. And Livia said, I have to work on my Christmas cards too. So I'm glad I'm not the only one. I mean, that's in that boat. 16 days until Christmas, says my kiddos. Of course, they're counting down for sure. And Courtney's back. Woohoo. And agreed December is already flying by. Very good. You get gold stars, Courtney, for going out and doing your walk. I think that's wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And Angela said, I'll be reading What Moves the Dead soon. It's a duology, right? It's a trilogy, but it's a series. Let's put it that way. It's a series, Angela. The first book is a Poe retelling, which would be perfect to read in January because, Nevermore is in January and we celebrate Edgar Allan Poe. The other two books have the characters from What Moves the Dead. I haven't read the other two books, so I can't tell you exactly, but it's like similar people. Obviously, Alex is the main character, but it's not necessarily continuing what happens in What Moves the Dead, if that makes sense. So Alicia says, I haven't decided on my word yet for 2026, but I'm thinking my words are projects, decluttering, and organizing. Yes, I thought I had my word for 2026. I was making my list, but then I was brainstorming a little more because I'm like, I don't know if my word really works for what I want to do on my list. So I'm kind of thinking about changing it. And right now I think I have 7 different words to kind of choose from. And Grandma was right. Every year goes by faster. But how can we explain it, Alicia? Like, I don't feel like I'm as busy. Like I haven't worked. Like, I didn't work at school from August to now. But I feel like I'm just as busy as I was when I was working 2 days a week. I don't know. Boot camp should jumpstart you, Alicia. Might work. Hey, Stormy. How you doing, Stormy? Molly said boot camp with cake. Oh, no, she's asking with cake. It could be a boot camp for cake. All the books are creepy and have some comedy. Yeah, I like that humor. Minimal cake, Molly. And it sure will, Courtney. Yeah, getting her to jumpstart. But birthday? Yeah, because I'm having a birthday in January. I have to eat some cake for my own birthday. Chris said 2025 has felt simultaneously fast and molasses slow. I can't explain it. No, I understand that because I did have a couple of months that I'm like, this month feels like it has taken forever to get through, but at the same time went by very fast. I can't explain that either. I really don't understand it. Or like I've had it too where it felt like a long, long time from the time I had sprints from one Wednesday to the next Wednesday. And I felt like I haven't seen my friends in for so long. And then another time, it feels like we just had sprints. I can't figure it out. Oh, Molly said I'll be making my own cake too, Cat. I know. It's like when you're the mama or, the one in charge of making the cakes, you got to make your own cake. Unless I could go somewhere and I could have cake. One time we did go to a restaurant for my birthday and I got creme brulee, I think it was. Is that the one that they catch on fire? You know how they kind of like do the torch on it? I don't know if that was right. Anyway, it was a fancy dessert. We went to an Italian restaurant, and because it was my birthday, they comped my birthday and they brought it out and they had a little torch. It was so good. So, so good. It wasn't cake, but it was still very good. And Alicia says, I eat cheesecake for my birthday. You sound like my husband. He likes cheesecake and he also likes like an ice cream cake. Ice cream, I think, is his favorite dessert, but he doesn't get an ice cream cake. But cheesecake, he does like a good cheesecake. Yum. Especially all the different flavors. And yes, that is creme brulee. Okay, that's what I had. And it was very fancy. So the top is crackly. That's creme brulee. Yes, that's how it was. It was very good. I still lack reading 7 books to meet my reading goal. Oh, a trilogy. I will put that on my list for February. Yes. Yeah, because it would count all for like folklore. And then yeah, it's I love the first book. I've read it twice. But like I said, I read it in January. I'm like, do I need to read it again? I may read it again and it's just not counted on my Goodreads list. I mean, I don't know. It's not very long. The books are not long. And those books are small and quick reads. I agree. I agree tremendously. Okay, so we are ready for another sprint. Would anybody like to do another 45 or do y'all want to change it to a 30? What would y'all like to do? Perfect timing. I hear my son coming down the road. He has a loud Mustang. 45 is good. Okay, that sounds good to me too. I got to get some reading done because if my husband's coming home tonight, we might be able to watch something tonight on the television. Okay, so 45 for Courtney. And Chris says, has anyone read Fern Michaels, the writer who recently died at 92? I have not, but I think my mom does have some books by Fern Michaels, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to look. And then Mustang, yes. Yes, he has a black Mustang. Okay, happy reading, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I read finished The China Bowl by E.F. Benson. Very, very good story. Right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 stories that are like really standing out to me that I'm going to try to do maybe like 10 to 15 whenever I post. I mean, I know that's not a lot out of 100 selections, but anyway, it was really good. It kind of reminded me of the vibes I get from reading Susan Hill's ghost stories. And I guess maybe even though she's a contemporary writer, she writes it in such a way that it's old fashioned. So, but very, very good. And took the dogs out for a few minutes so that they could run around. But then I spotted a rabbit in the back. So I'm like, y'all come back in because I didn't want them to chase the rabbit. And then gave them a treat. And then my oldest son's girlfriend came over. So they are watching a movie or whatever. So talked to her for a few minutes when she came in. So yeah, that is what I got up to. So let's see how y'all did during that sprint. So Tanya said, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, peeps. Thanks for extra sprints, Kat, and for having them earlier. I just need some more sleep tonight, which I told Tanya goodbye. I hope she feels better. I know what it feels like when you feel like you have a lack of sleep. And then you gotta be careful because that's when you end up, at least that's when I end up getting sick if I don't have enough sleep. And Alicia says, I have 1 or 2 Fern Michaels, but haven't read them yet. And wow, 92, A Long Life. So this is in reference to Chris's question before we went on our sprint. Chris had said, has anyone read Fern Michaels, the writer who recently died at 92, which that is a wonderful long life. And so that's what Alicia's comment is in reference to. Stormy says, I have recently started reading a series by Fern Michaels. I didn't know that she died. 92 is just wow. And Stormy, if I'm not mistaken, didn't somebody mention Fern Michaels either on your sprints last night or on Tiffany's sprints on Sunday? I feel like Fern Michaels has come up recently. And those are the only 2 places I've gone recently besides Shannon's sprints, and Shannon's talking about writing, not books. Chris said, I knew of the name Fern Michaels, but I have never read any of her books. Yeah, I've heard of the name, but I've never read any of the books, any of her books. But she was quite popular from what I understand. And then Emily came in. Hi, everyone. I have a Bookmas video uploading. Just ate part of my dinner, a sandwich, and I am watching Wild Hearts Can't Be Broken. Very nice. You're very busy. And Angela said, we have the Purple Mountain Cheesecake manufacturer in our downtown area. They make about 40 different flavors at $47 to $53 a pop for a 9-inch. They are to die for, and they sell online and wholesale. Wonderful. We have a place here, and it's probably a chain. I've never seen it anywhere else but here. It's actually in Metairie, and it's called the Cheesecake Factory. It could be a chain. I'm not 100% sure, but they have multiple cheesecakes that you can choose from. We've been there once or twice because they serve all kinds of different food, but cheesecake is like their specialty for dessert. But that's good to know. Purple Mountain Cheesecake. Like I said, my husband is the cheese. I like cheesecake too, but I prefer more of a bready kind of, if I have a choice. Now, we recently had cheesecake because I was invited. In fact, it was on November 16th to be exact. I was invited to go see a play with my friend, and we were invited back to the house. So Barry picked up some cheesecake, a cheesecake like platter, I guess, from Rouse's grocery store. And they had like different flavors in it you could choose from. It was very good. But that sounds wonderful. I'm going to have to keep that in mind, especially if they deliver. And Angela said, Fern Michaels has written a few hundred books. I'm not a romance reader, but I have friends who've enjoyed them a lot. That's good to hear. And then Allie's here. Hello, Allie. Hey, just got home a little bit ago. Well, welcome. And Allie said, I'm exhausted and have no ambition to do life. You are done with adulting for today, and that's totally understandable. Anne said, had to deal with teenage crisis. Uh-oh. What's going on with you, Lucy? And Jane said, bet a sprint that time around, got 36 pages read and got to page 464. Am almost done the Alice Network. Woohoo! That sounds good. I love hearing that. It is always such a sense of accomplishment when you finish a book. And it depends. You might end up with like post-book blues if you really loved it and want to continue, or if it's the last in a series that you love. But if it's a book that you've had to work for, a lot of times it's that sense of accomplishment that, whew, it's done. I have that one under my belt. Amber said, just ate dinner with my husband, so no reading that time for me. Ooh, some hubby time. Good. And Stormy said, listening to Current Creek Valley by Rayanne Thane, 88% into it. Not bad. Not bad at all. And Alicia said that sprint went by quickly, but I got dinner with kiddos, moved boxes around, and worked in my book journal. Very nice. A lot. You got a lot done. And Stormy said, probably, I think some in the chats have been reading a few of her books. Yeah, that's why I feel like Chris asking about it, I'm like, I just feel like somebody brought that up. And Courtney is still doing her diamond paint and trying to finish a section so I can put it up. Okay. Like put it like in a frame, because I know you frame some of them, or do you keep it in a binder if you don't frame it? And we had sandwiches for dinner too, Emily. That's Alicia. What kind of sandwiches you had? Let us know what kind of sandwiches you had. You too, Emily. What kind of sandwich you had? And Courtney said, Cheesecake Factory is a huge chain. I have been to several. Okay, good to know. Because I have not ever seen one in Louisiana except for the one that is in Metairie. And Alicia said, we have a Cheesecake Factory. The food always upsets the tummy. Uh-oh, but the cheesecake is good. We've gone there a couple of times. Like we went there for brunch one time and we went there for like a dinner. But it was fun for me. I mean, and then of course the big draw was the cheesecake. Alicia said, Purple Mountain Cheesecake. Thank you. Look, anybody want to order a cheesecake? Alicia has given you the website. Allie said, I think I'm just going to diamond paint for the rest of the night. That sounds like that's a good plan. Relax. You can work hard at relaxing. How about that, Allie? And then Alicia said, we had turkey and cheese for the kiddos, and I had a peanut butter and banana. Yum. And Anne said she was afraid that I was going to be upset because she got a B+ on an English paper. A B+ is not a crisis. I agree. Especially if she did work hard on it. One thing we all have to remember is that writing is subjective. And, unless she was getting a lower mark because her grammar and mechanics was not up to par, that's one thing. But sometimes with content, you'd be surprised. Like some teachers, if they're not interested or whatever the case may be, it is subjective, and you could get a lower grade with one teacher and a higher grade with another. And Alicia says, I like the Dolce Leche cheesecake I buy at Publix. Very nice. We do not have Publix here, Alicia, but my friend Simon lives in Georgia. And he talks about going to shop at Publix and a place called Kroger's. Now, I've heard of Kroger's, and I think Kroger's was in Missouri. I want to say that was the grocery store when I went to visit my uncle there. They had a Kroger's, but those are not two grocery stores like in my local area. And Jamie said, on my break and continuing with Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. So you liking it? I mean, you keeping going, so I'm guessing you're liking it enough to keep going with it. Okay, so it is time for another sprint. I am going to jump in and read some of the Air Affair on this next one. This is by Jasper Fforde. Not sure if anybody has read anything by Jasper Fforde. I know in Discord, Molly, who's like Molly Dot, she said she read this one and it was okay for her, but she didn't really get into the character. It's funny because it says meet Thursday next. She's part Bridget Jones, part Nancy Drew, and part Dirty Harry. Anyway, it's so ridiculous. But it is a weird book. It is weird but it's also fun, in my opinion. And Amber says peanut butter and banana sandwich is a great choice. So good. I love putting honey on them too. And Courtney says I rotate diamond painting in frames, but I normally put it in a portfolio. But I'll be putting it up for the day because I won't be done for a while. Oh, I got you. So you're putting it up, like putting it away, putting it up. Gotcha. Kroger is big here. They're Cincinnati based. Okay, that makes sense. And we went to Publix in Virginia. Lucy loves their fried chicken. Yum. Okay, so 45 is good for y'all, or do y'all want to do a 30? Let me know what y'all want to do, and we will put that. Whoever's first, whoever I see first in my StreamYard. It might not be the first in y'all's. Alicia said 45 is good. Okay. So let me get our clock up. And there we go. Let's start. Courtney's like, I want 30. 45, 45. We have Ralph's here in Cali, which is part of Kroger. Oh, that sounds good. And I love peanut butter and banana sandwiches, but I also fry them in butter. That sounds delicious. Well, if anybody needs to head out before the 45 minutes is up, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out for these holiday Hell-A-Thon sprints. I'll definitely be here tomorrow. So if you need more sprints tomorrow, I'll be back for my What's Up Wednesday sprints as normal. But otherwise, happy sprinting, and I'll see you after the break. Hello. How'd everybody do during that sprint? I made it to chapter 6, page 63. I need to get to 9, which is 90. So I may or may not get to that by the time we finish sprints, but we shall see. I got a text from my husband. He's running a little late because there's an accident on the interstate. So hopefully he will get home soon. But how did everybody else do? I did also have to let Luna out. So Jamie said, I'm not quite a third of the way into Bury Our Bones. I'm liking it so far. Very much a character-driven book, which I love character-driven books. And Anne said, I have Bury Our Bones, knowing that moves it up the 2026 pile. Very nice. And Zach is here. Hey, Zach, I'm here, but keep missing the chatty bits. I'm mostly catching up on Book Miss videos. I did finish The Hunt for Red October and read some of yours for the season by Kate Is it Cochran? Female Xmas hockey romance. Cool. Zach, did you see the answers to your question in Discord? Hermie has some info for you, and so did I. So I don't know if you ever checked back Discord for the question you posed. Shannon said, finished podcast recording, got a plate of dinner from the hubby, so now going to write a chapter. Very, very productive. You've worked hard today, Shannon. And Mindy said, hello, home from work, need to do some relaxing and reading. We'll be going into our last sprint of the evening. And of course, I'll be back tomorrow for What's Up Wednesday. But by that time, my hubby will be home. Amber said, got about 31% into the ebook I'm reading. Good start. Jamie said, made it to 31% and Bury Our Bones. Good progress. Mindy said, I read A Man Called Uva. I have 100 pages to go. Nice. I am halfway. I'm at 52% in Uva. So I'm halfway. I just got to the point where they were dealing with the cat that he sees in the snow. And the family wants him to help the cat. That's where I'm at. Kelly says, I'm on page of 34 and 121 of the edit I'm trying to finish. Is that good progress? It seems like it is. Courtney said, okay, time for me to go. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for hanging out, Courtney. I love seeing you here, and I'm glad you got your walk-in and your diamond painting done. Well, done for the moment. I know you didn't finish. Alicia said, talk to hubby briefly before he went to dinner. He is in Alabama on business. And then Alicia said, getting kiddos ready for bed. It's that time, isn't it? Shannon got her notes out from earlier to write the chapter, so getting settled in to write it. And then Stormy said, finished my audiobook and now working on reading my chapter in one of my Advent books. I have 2 Advent books, so need to get that chapter in the other one next. Okay, sounds like a good plan. Carmen says, I have 1 more chapter to read and we'll finish my book. Ooh, gonna get a gold star for tonight. Zach said, can I set my sprint timer? Alexa called me buddy and it was really creepy. I have the new Alexa Plus, which has a new voice and personality. Oh, that would be kind of creepy if Alexa called you buddy. Courtney said, gotta change and get ready for premiere at 7:30. Okay, sounds fun. And Kelly says, I have a timer set. I better not miss the premiere. And Zach said, thanks for letting me know about the answers. I put that on several Discords and didn't get any notifications for that. Yeah, so I responded about the bookish type gifts, and Hermie responded about like the body butter thing. So go and check in Discord and see. You got some answers at least, and maybe that'll give you some things to think about. So, well, that is the end of our comments. So we're going to go ahead and do a 30-minute sprint just because my husband should be arriving shortly with my dinner. And then I want to visit with him because he's been out of town. So let's see. Oh, actually, the clock is running and it's 39:45. So we'll just keep it running if that's okay with you, and y'all get 9 extra minutes. How about that? Is 39 minutes good? Um, yes, I hope that helps you, Zach. And Alicia says, sounds good. And I love Jasper Ford. I'm glad you said that this is my first book that I'm reading. And I'm reading it with a new book club. It's not a new book club, but it's new to me. My friend Erin at the public library in Baton Rouge runs a fantasy book club. And this is what they chose for December. I did read the book that they did. You could pick a book to read, and I read Welcome to Night Vale in October. So this is the second book that I'm participating with them. They're supposed to be having like a potluck kind of thing to celebrate because of the holiday. But yeah, I'm liking it so far. I really am enjoying it. And if it continues to be as good as it is right now, I might continue with the series. Yep. And 39 minutes is great. Okay. Well, then that's perfect. That is perfect. I appreciate that. Well, it's now 38 minutes, but y'all get the gist of it. Okay, y'all. Happy sprinting. Hello. Welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? I read some more. I made it through chapter 6. So I read chapter 6 and I started 7. My husband came home with my dinner and so talked to him for a few minutes. So I only made it to 72, really 2 pages into 7. So I have 17 pages left to read to reach my goal for today so I can stay on track, because the book club meeting for this book is next Tuesday. I think that's the 16th, I believe. So anyway, that evening, and I've kind of gauged it to where I'd be finishing like that day. I'd like to finish ahead of time. Now, of course, if I can read longer than 17 pages, I'll read, as long as I can go. But I made my pages in my short stories and also in my in UVA as well as Gnomes. So I got my pages in except for the air affair, and then I'll be good. So that's where I stand. So tomorrow I'll have sprints. I'll be able to work on reading this and UVA. UVA, I'll probably reach my goal because I'm listening to it on audiobook. So that does help. So Jane said she finished the Alice Network. Woohoo! Let's see if we could get some confetti. Woohoo! There's confetti. And you are so welcome. I'm so glad that you hung out with me on these Holiday Hell sprints. We'll have some more before the month is out. Angela said, since I recently updated Alexa and I opted for the sexy man's voice, I find myself having longer than normal question and answer sessions. That's hilarious. I'd call them conversations. I need to give him a name. So maybe your favorite, like maybe male crush, either on a TV program or in a book, might do. And he didn't particularly like the name Queequeg, but he sure knew a lot about his character and the book. Oh, well, that's pretty interesting. I think that's fun. That is fun. And Kaylin popped in. Hi, didn't know there were sprints today. Sending warm thoughts anyway. Well, and as I explained, these were extra for Kelsi's event. Last year, I hosted some Holiday Hell sprints for the event. I was behind in trying to decide because I need to check with her and make sure she doesn't have a watch party if she's not going to do sprints. And so I think it was like Sunday. I think it was Sunday. I reached out to her and asked her if she had anything for Tuesday. So that is why I didn't announce anything, but I need to look at my calendar and then check with her and see when I can do some sprints again. It's just trying to find days and balance. And I try not to do sprints on anybody I know that has a regular day. So it's kind of hard, to pick days. And Angela said, thanks for surprise sprints today. I made it to page 76 in my book. See you tomorrow. Did you say you wouldn't be at Alex's sprints Friday night? And I don't know if you saw my message. Yeah, I don't think I'll be there Friday because my husband and I are spending the night in Baton Rouge. That's where his company Christmas party is. So even though the party is like, I think 7 or 7:30 at night, we might leave early to check into our hotel room. So I'm just not sure because my husband is working on Friday. So I don't know what time he'll be home. But yeah, there's a strong possibility I will not be there. Now, I have been on Alex's sprints in the car. So depending on what time, I might pop in, and say, hey, or whatever. It just depends on what's going on at that moment. But as of right now, I don't know. I might be like a drive-by in Alex's sprints. And then Molly said, thank you for the sprints, Kat. You are quite welcome. I'm so excited that y'all came and, hung out for some extra sprints. Yeah, well, I appreciate that so much, Angela. That makes me feel good. Yeah, it's going to be fun. As long as he's worked for the company, he's been there for quite a while. They've never had a holiday party. They've talked about a holiday party, but they've never had one. They do kind of like parties, but like cookouts and stuff like that, like during like the spring, and they've had like stuff for in October, like a little fall fest thing at the plant. But this is the first time they've ever had a holiday party, so it should be fun. It's being held at a place that it kind of has like a lot of different activities. Like you can bowl and you can play games and all kinds of stuff. I've never heard of it. We're not that familiar with a lot of places in Baton Rouge. But anyway, we just made sure we got a hotel room that was kind of close to the place. Shannon wrote 1,074 words for this chapter, almost done with it. Excellent. Gold star. And Stormy finished the one Advent chapter and almost finished the other one. Very nice. I love that progress. Alicia said, fighting on getting the kids in bed and gathering to move to the bedroom at the same time. Yeah, well, and you're saying kids, so both of them are giving you a hard time. Just tell them, say, you will be able to stay up a little bit later with the holidays coming. Well, thank you so much for being here, Chris. I really appreciate seeing you and you hanging out and supporting me on my channel. And Mindy said, wow, read 56 pages during that sprint. Uva is a fast read. It is. It has gone by quick. I hope you're enjoying it. And your meow at the end of the sprints made my made you jump awake. You were dozing. And Jamie said, I got another 2% read, done with work for the night, so I can focus on getting more reading done. Excellent. And Zach said, that sprint, I just fed the dog and listened to music. That's nice. That's relaxing. And Amber said, not quite as far as I hoped because I got distracted with my pup needing to go outside, but got to 45%. That's still progress. Wonderful. And Moby Dick, talking about Angela. And her name she chose. Cameron said, I have just been here writing an introduction for an anthology. Hope to get it done tonight. I hope so. That's awesome. So positive vibes for you to get it done tonight. I know you can do it. I know it. And Jamie said, this was great to have company during the workday. Well, I appreciate you watching, turning me on so I could keep you company. And Carmen said, thank you for the sprints, Cat. What a great surprise. And hopefully we'll have some more. I mean, I'm planning on it. Like I said, I wanted to do every Tuesday, but I have the book club next Tuesday. So I'm thinking the 23rd is going to be a day I do it. And depending on if Kelsi and I get together on the 30th, or not, we have 2 dates that we might get together. I might do the 30th, and then I could do Tuesdays. But if not, I'll figure it out. I'll just figure it out. I'd like to do sprints, at least 3 extra sprints for the Holiday Hell. I mean, 3 total. That's what I did last year. And Zach said, I think I'd name my new Alexa Erin. I like boyish name women. Oh. And thank you so much, Stormy, for being here. I appreciate you. And that is very true. Yeah, both of them are against me today. They just want to play. Well, you know why they both teaming up against you is because your hubby is out of town. So they think you're going to be a pushover. And Cameron said, see you all tomorrow. Thank you for the surprise sprints. You were so welcome. Cameron, get your writing done for tonight, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I really appreciate it so much. And as always, y'all stay amazing because y'all are already amazing. Y'all just stay that way. And then also, if you're going to have any adventures between now and tomorrow, please be safe in those adventures. That's all I can say. And Shannon, I will see you tomorrow morning for sprints because I need them to do my work and my organization in the morning before I go to the post office. And Amber, thank you for being here. Hopefully you'll be able to catch tomorrow as well, even just for a little bit. And that'll be wonderful. Shannon saying bye to everyone. And Alicia said it is lights out for them in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for being here, Alicia. I appreciate it. And she is wishing everybody a good night. See you tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Central Time.